Hello and welcome to my channel. Today's video we will be making Ghostface from the Scream movies. This is one of my most requested videos, but because I struggled with how to do the chin and still make it no-sew, it has taken me quite a while to get around to. So because of that, I have done something a little bit different. So his little face mask and hood is removable, as well as his little cape can come off. And now you have Billy Loomis. He will be all no-sew except for his ears and his couple of things embroidered on his face, and then when you add his hair. So we'll be making the arms first, and then we'll start with the top of the head, add the arms as we move on to the body. We'll finish the body, and then we'll add the eyes and then continue down to the legs and the feet. This is a crochet along, so I will be doing every stitch with you. But if at any point along the way you get stuck or lost, or I do something you don't understand, there will be a 30-second drop down of the pattern instructions at the beginning of every row that you can refer back to. And finally, if you enjoy this video, please hit the subscribe button. Not only does that help me out, but you will also be notified every time I load a new video. For this video, I will be using a number 4 medium weight yarn, a 4.25 millimeter hook, and 12 millimeter safety eyes. Okay, grab your yarn and let's get started. For the arms, we are going to begin with a magic ring, chain 2, however you like to start, as long as you have the same amount of stitches in row 1. What I like to do is fold my yarn over, wrap it around my finger to make a knot with a loop on the end, just like you were going to make a chain. Whoopsie. Insert your hook. Grab your yarn and pull up and make one chain. And that is just to attach your yarn. It does not count as a stitch. And for round 1, we are going to do 6 single crochets into this loop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And if you did it my way, I crocheted over my tail, and you'll just pull that tail a little bit to tighten up that hole. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, we're going to do 6 increases. So that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So 2 single crochets for an increase. 1 and 2. Increase again for 3 and 4. Increase for 5 and 6, increase for 7 and 8, increase for 9 and 10, and our last increase for 11 and 12. Rows 3 and 4 are just going to be 12 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to do mine consecutively. So 2 times 12 is 24, and I'm just going to flip my marker when I hit my first set of 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that was my first row of 12. Start my second row of 12, but keep on counting because I'm going to 24. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. All right, row 5, we are going to do a double crochet cluster of 3 and then 11 more single crochets around for a total of 12 stitches. So to do what I call a double crochet cluster, you're going to yarn over, go in that next stitch, grab your yarn, pull up, and then you're going to grab your yarn and go through the first 2 loops, which will leave 2 loops on your hook. So that's 1. We're going to do that, again. Yarn over in that same stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through, and then you're going to go through these first 2 loops on your hook. And now you have 3 loops left. So that's twice, and you're going to do that one more time. Yarn over into that same stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through, grab your yarn again, go through the first 2 loops, and you'll have 4 loops on your hook. So that's 3 times. Now you're going to grab your yarn and you're going to go through all 4 loops. And there's your little cluster. Now we have 11 more single crochets, but I'm going to count this as 1. So our next single crochet will be 2. And you may have to pull that and pop your little thumb out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Row 6, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 8. So make sure you're going in the right stitch here, right where you did your cluster. So 1 single crochet and then a decrease for 2, and then repeat that all the way around. So 3 and a decrease for 4, 5 and a decrease for 6, 7 and a decrease for 8. Rows 7 to 10, you're just going to do 8 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to do them consecutively. So that's 4 rows. 4 times 8 is 32, so we're going to count to 32, and I'm going to flip my marker every time I hit a set of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm flipping my marker to start my next row and keep on counting. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I'm starting another row, so I flip my marker, keep on counting. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, starting in next round, so flip your marker. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and when you get to your 32nd stitch, go in and pull up, but don't finish that single crochet because we are going to change our colors to the white t-shirt color. Alright, so grab your white and we're going to tie that onto our old color nice and tight, close to where your hook is sitting. And I tie mine 2 or 3 times. And then we can cut that skin color. Looks like I need new scissors. And you're going to take that new color, grab it, and pull through to finish off that last single crochet. For rows 11 to 13, we're just going to do 8 single crochets all the way around. I'm going to do it the same way as we did this part. That's 3 rows, so 8 times 3 is 24. So we're going to do 24 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm flipping my marker, start my next row, but I'm going to keep on counting. 9, excuse me, 10, 11, 12, 13, whoops, 14, 15, 16, and I'm flipping my marker for the last row. Keep on counting. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. And just hold that for a second because now we're going to stuff it. You can take your marker out if you used one and grab your stuffing. And what I like to do is grab enough stuffing for both arms and just kind of check and make sure they're kind of the same amount so that when we get to our second arm, we're stuffing them fairly even. And I'm going to make the bottom of the hand fairly firm and then a little bit up into the arm. And just remember, when you're stuffing, the more you put in, the harder it might be to put his little jacket arm on. So I'm going to save that little piece there. And just remember that when I go to stuff my second arm. So that's about how I want it, just like that. So put your hook back in. Fold your arm in half. And you're going to do 3 single crochets across the arm. So your first one's going to go in your next stitch, and your other one is going to go in this last stitch right here on the other side of this stitch here. And you may need to tighten that a bit. So that's 1, and then the next one, 2, and make sure you're going under both sides, under the full stitch, the 2 V's there. So that's 2, and then your last one through both sides, 3. Then you can tie that off, leave a little bit of a tail, because even though these are no-sew, I do something with them at the very end that helps make them look a little nicer. So this is your first arm. You are going to go back to the beginning, and I will put a little time stamp in the next screenshot so you can go back and do your second arm. And if you're finished your second arm, just keep on watching and we will move on to the next part. All right, now we're going to start on the head, so grab your hair color and make your loop however you're making it. Just remember, same amount of stitches for row 1. And if you're making it my way, insert your hook, grab your yarn, pull up and through, and chain 1. Remember, that's just to attach your yarn to your loop, and that does not count as a stitch. And for row 1, you're going to do 6 single crochets into the loop. Whoops, I just about halved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pull that tight if you can. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, you're going to do 6 increases. So remember, that's 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around for a total of 12. So 1 and 2 for an increase. Increase again for 3 and 4. Increase again, 5 and 6. Increase again, 7 and 8. Increase again, 9 and 10. And your last increase, 11 and 12. Row 3, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1 single crochet and an increase for 2 and 3. And then just repeat that sequence. 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, increase, 8 and 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, and your last increase, 17 and 18. Row 4, you're going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, and then 2, and then your increase for 3 and 4. And just continue around. 5, 6, increase, 7 and 8, 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18, increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, and your last increase, 23 and 24. Row 5, you're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. And we're going to change color at the end, so remember not to finish off your last single crochet. So 1, 2, 3, and an increase, 4 and 5. And repeat again, 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, 17, 18, increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and an increase, 24 and 25, 26, 27, 28, and your last increase, 29 and 30. Oopsie, I did bad and finished that off. I just took my last single crochet out and I'm going to redo it and not finish it. So we still have those 2 loops left on our hook. So that was the little part for the hair. So grab your skin color and we'll start on the face. So you're just going to tie that on. Two or 3 times. And then you can cut your brown. And then grab your new color, pull it through, and finish off that last stitch. Row 6, you're going to do 4 single crochets, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and an increase, 5 and 6. Then we're just going to repeat that all the way around. So 7, 8, 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12. Repeat again, 13, 14, 15, 16, and an increase, 17 and 18. Repeat again, 19, 20, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24. Again, 25, 26, 27, 28, and an increase, 29 and 30. And our last set, 31, 32, 33, 34, and an increase, get in there, 35, and 36. Row 7, we're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 42. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your increase, 6 and 7. And just repeat around. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and an increase, 13 and 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and an increase, 20 and 21. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and an increase, 27 and 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and an increase, 34 and 35, and our last set, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and an increase, 40, oops, did I grab that all? Yep, 41 and 42. Hi guys, sorry, I just got to pop in here quick and update you on what I'm doing. So I just finished uploading all my little clips into my editor, and my video is going to be 5 hours and 28 minutes long. So in order to cut that down a little bit, when we get to the repeat rows, which I actually did do all of them in the video, I'm going to hit fast forward or ×8 or 16 or whatever option I have in there. So just so you're not shocked or thinking what the heck is going on or wondering why it's going so fast, I'm doing that now, and I will have something written across the top. Like if it's row, say 8 to 20, I'll put rows 8 to 20 and then the amount of stitches in there while it's zooming along. Okay, I hope you're enjoying this pattern so far, and I will let you get back to it. Rows 8 to 14 are just going to be 42 single crochets all the way around. And I'm going to use my stitch marker. That's 7 rows. And we just finished row 7 and we're about to start row 8. 1, 'Alright, now we're done our 7 rows of 42 single crochets, and we are ready to start row 15. And that will be 5 single crochets, 1 decrease, repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a decrease for 6. And we're just going to repeat that all the way around. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and a decrease for 18. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30, and this should be our last set. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and a decrease for 36. Row 16, you're going to do 4 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a decrease for 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, and a decrease for 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and a decrease for 25. Our last set, 26, 27, 28, 29, and a decrease for 30. Row 17, you're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4. 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8, 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, 15, and a decrease for 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20. Last set. Whoops. 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24. This last round we're going to be changing color at the end, so let's try and remember to not finish off that last stitch. So row 18 is going to be 2 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. 1, 2, and a decrease for 3. 4, 5, and a decrease for 6, 7, 8, and a decrease for 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12, 13, 14, and a decrease for 15, last set, 16, 17, and our last decrease, which we're not going to finish. You're going to go on both sides as if you're going to decrease, but leave this and don't pull through, and we will change to our t-shirt color. And then we'll just tie that on nice and close to the hook like before. Give it a couple of ties, 2 or 3 times. And then cut off your skin color. And then grab your new t-shirt color and pull that through to finish off that decrease. Row 19, we're going to add the arms, and we're going to do 3 single crochets, 3 single crochets to the arm, 6 single crochets around the front, 3 single crochets in the arm, and then we should have 3 single crochets left. And I'm going to divide that up across the top as we're doing it so you can follow along. So row 19, we're going to start with 3 single crochets. 1, 2, 3. Now grab your arm. This is the back of your work right here. You want to make sure your tail and your thumb are pointing towards the front. And you're going to go in that first single crochet you made to close. And the next stitch of the head. And this tail might be in your way, so just kind of try and get it out of there. So in this next stitch, because that's where your last stitch was, so right in there. Pull that tight if you need to, and then just do a single crochet through both of those pieces. So that's 1. Do that for a second time through the arm and through the head. So it looks like this. So that's 2, and then a third stitch through the arm and the next stitch of the head. And there's your 3 single crochets. Now make sure you're getting in the next stitch, and you're going to do 6 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now grab your other arm, remembering this is the back and this is the front. You want your tail facing the front and your thumb facing the front. And then you're going to go in that first stitch. And then the next stitch of the head. Do your 3 single crochets across, just like that. So that's 1, 2, I got a funny stitch there, and 3. So the arm and the head. And now you should have 3 single crochets left. 1, 2, 3. And we are going to be using the arms as to center when we do our legs, so make sure you have this row right. If you for some reason have a different amount of stitches, just go back, find your mistake, and then redo that. Because you don't want to get down to the end and then realize your arms are not even anymore. Okay, so for row 20, we're going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, 2, and an increase, 3 and 4. Repeat that, 5, 6, and an increase, 7 and 8. And make sure you don't go over those strings because we're going to need them on the outside later. 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12. 13, 14, and an increase, 15 and 16. 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, and this should be our last set, 21, 22, and an increase, 23 and 24. Rows 21 to 23 is going to be 24 single crochets all the way around. That's 3 rows, and I'm going to do them consecutively. So 3 times 24 is 72. So I'm just going to do 72 stitches and flip my marker over when I hit a set of 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So I'm going to flip my marker and keep on counting. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, oopsie, 45, 46, 47, 48, and I'm going to flip my marker. Keep on counting. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72. Row 24, we're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. So 1, 2, 3, and an increase, 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, and an increase, 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, and an increase, 14 and 15, 16, 17, 18, and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and an increase, 24 and 25. Last set here, 26, 27, 28, and your increase, 29 and 30. Rows 25 and 26 are going to be 30 single crochets all the way around, and I'm going to do those consecutively. So that's 60 single crochets, and flipping my marker when I hit the first set of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I'm going to flip my marker and then keep on counting. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. Our next row is 26B, and we are going to be going on the front loops all the way around to make the little ridge for his t-shirt. And if you've never done front loops, when you normally do your single crochet, you go through the stitch and under both sides of that V. But when you're doing the front loop, you're going to come down and under and come up through that front loop, and you're not going to touch that back loop right there. So you're going to come up through the V all the way around. So round 26B, 30 single crochets in the front loop all the way around. So you go down and then come up through, do your single crochet. So 1, oh, I went through 2 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, 10. And if you want to just double check, if you flip that down, you should have a line starting to form on the other side, and that's your back loops that will go in the next row with our new color. So keep on going, front loops only. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, whoopsie, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and this 30th stitch, you're going to come up through the front, You're going to make half part of your single crochet, but you're not going to pull through because we're going to change to the pant color. So grab your pant color and you're going to tie that on. And this will be nice because they're very contrasting colors now. So you're going to see the back loops of the next row fairly nicely. Cut off your t-shirt color. Finish that last single crochet. And now for row 27, you're going to be going in these back loops. 30 single crochets, and if you fold this little lip down, it'll be really easy to get into those back stitches. So make sure you're starting in the first stitch. And just 30 single crochets around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and that 30th one is going to be a little tricky to get into right there. Sorry, this white is so hard to see. Just make sure you have 30 single crochets going around. If you have to do a increase or something and you can't get in there, it should be okay because it's in the back and you won't notice it. Now for rows 28 to 30, you are just going to do 30 single crochets all the way around. That's 3 rows, so I'm going to do them consecutively. 3 times 30 is 90, so we're going to do 90 single crochets and flip our marker when we hit a set of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Should we get rid of this now that I got a darker yarn maybe? Not sure what number I was on though. 16. Let's try it. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, I guessed right. So flip our marker and we'll do our next set of 30, but we're going to keep on counting consecutively. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, oopsie, 60, flip our marker, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90. Row 31, we're going to do 3 single crochets, 1 decrease. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. So 1, 2, 3, and a decrease for 4. 5, 6, 7, and a decrease for 8. 9, 10, 11, and a decrease for 12. 13, 14, 15, and a decrease for 16, 17, 18, 19, and a decrease for 20, 21, 22, 23, and a decrease for 24. Now we're just going to pause. We've got a couple things we're going to do before we continue on to the legs. So you should have a little guy that's starting to look like this. right, you're going to want to grab your stuffing. And we're just going to lightly stuff the head so we can kind of gauge our placement of our eyes. We will be taking this back out when we put the backs on, so just enough to give it the round shape that it's going to have. I'm just going to put a tad more in. That's pretty close. Oh, it's not pretty close. But that would kind of give me a way to see the center. So you want your arms out flat. And we are going to find the center between rows 10 and 11. So you're going to start counting where you made your first round as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then just under row 10, between 10 and 11, you're going to try and make sure you're centered. So I like to take a another hook or something, and I'll just count over 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is about my center. And just put it up, and I think I'm going to go over 1 stitch, so about right here. I should get another pin here. And I'm going into the bar of the stitch and not the hole. So I'll have a hole on each side, because I count the holes when I do my eyes, and you're going to go over about 4 holes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So right there you're going to put an eye. And then on the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're going to put an eye on that side. Just kind of have a look, see if it looks centered to you. And I think that's okay. It looks a little high, but it's in the right hole. So if you're happy with where your eyes are, take your stuffing back out, or as much as you need to get to those backs. And you're just going to push your backs on. Make sure you're not pushing it through any stuffing. Ooh, that one's tough. There we go. And do the other side. Listen for the clicks if you hear them. And now we're going to restuff the head firmly, and we're going to stuff the body not quite as firm. So when you're stuffing the head, make sure you're not opening these stitches too much, as best as you can. And you're looking to make a round shape, and sometimes you do have to kind of manipulate the stuffing a bit, or you're going to have a little bump on one side or be lopsided. I think I'll put at least one more in and then have a look. And I think that is pretty good. So I'm going to lightly stuff the body. You don't want too much, because it'll hamper how hard or easy it is to do the legs next. So I think I'm going to leave it about like that. Try not to have too much over top of the shirt color, and you should be okay. All right, so now we got to figure out where we want the legs, and you're going to fold your little man in half so you can find the sides. so he's centered, and you push down so you have equal amounts of stitches on each side, and you can just double check that. You should have 12 on the top and 12 on the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's good. And now from the right side, you're going to count over 7 stitches. So it'll be 6 for the front half of the leg, and the 7th stitch will be your other side of the leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then go into that 7th stitch, and you're going to mark that. And now you're going to count around 12 stitches, including the one you just marked. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And you're going to go in that 12th stitch. So now you have 12 stitches on this side, and you have 12 stitches on this side. And I'm just going to tie that up because all these stitches on the left side we don't want to touch while we're doing our first leg. I just tie that in a little bow and hide it down inside. So it should look like this. So now insert your hook back in your working yarn. And starting in that next stitch, we are going to do 12 single crochets all the way around on this side, and don't touch the 2 stitches that you have marked off. So 1, 2, 3, and I'm at the end. Don't worry if you have 2 or 4, as long as when you get to this stitch, you don't go in it. You turn your guy around, you don't go in the other marked stitch, and you go in the next stitch from that. So this for me will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So that was row 1 of 6. So we're going to have 6 rows of 12. So 6 times 12 is 72, and we already have 12, so I'm going to keep on counting. This is 13, 14, 15, make sure you get in this little stitch here, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Now we'll do our next row. Keep on counting. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. On to our next row. Keep on counting. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. That's the end of one row. Keep on counting. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Start your next row. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72. So that will be your 6 rows for the leg. And I am going to cut this off, and we're going to do the other leg before we stuff it. And then we'll come back and do the shoes on both legs. So leave yourself a little bit of a tail for changing colors. And then you're going to stuff that in. Well, I don't make it look easy, do I? And then fold that down and over, and if you have a pin or something that you can use, it's a good time to, you can just fold that down and then just kind of stick your pin in so that leg stays out of your way. And if you've done one of my patterns before, or you're used to doing it this way, you can get rid of this marker right now. I'm going to leave it in until I get done the first round. So if you're new to this, you can see where my stitch is going. So now we have to attach the other, the yarn for the other leg. So leave yourself quite a bit of a tail, because there will be a little tiny hole here. And we'll use this piece of tail to sew that up. So just make a knot with a loop on the end, like you're going to chain. Oops, mine's a little big. There we go. And you're kind of going to come on the back side where your stitch marker was. So it'll be the first stitch on the second leg. And you're just going to attach that. I don't know if you'd call this a slip stitch or a chain. I guess a chain maybe. And in that same stitch, you're going to start your first row of 12 single crochets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, oops, 10. I didn't do that needle right. I'm poking myself. 11 and 12. I should have had it going up and down, I guess. You want this tail on the outside, so make sure it's still on the outside. You should have ended on your other stitch marker. I'm going to pull that out now, and I'm going to use it as an actual stitch marker. So now we need 72 single crochets to make our 6 rows, and we have our first row, so we're just going to keep counting from 12. So our next stitch goes where we chain 1 and single crocheted. And sometimes it's a little tricky to get in there. Oh, I haven't had this problem for a while. There we go. So this will be 13, 14, and I know this is a little tricky. Take your time. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So we'll flip our marker because we're ready to start our next row. Make sure you're getting in the right stitches because sometimes they hide a little bit. Keep on counting. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. And flip my marker for my next row and keep on counting. Remember, we're going to 72, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. What's happening there? 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. So flip your marker if you're using one as we're starting our next row. Keep on counting. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, whoops, 57, 58, 59, 60. Flip your marker. This should be the last one. 61, 62, 63, 64, whoopsie, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71 and 72. And don't finish off that stitch because this is where we're going to switch to the shoe color. And hopefully it's not going to be too torturous using black for this. It's only 4 rows. So I feel like if you've made it this far with me, you don't even really have to see what I'm doing. You should be able to listen to what I'm doing. And hopefully the way my lights are set up, you can still see some of the stitches. So we're just going to tie that nice and close like we did all the other ones a couple of times. And you can get rid of your blue now, or your pant color, whatever you chose for pants. And then just, oh, my camera's gonna be, I'm gonna have to tip this up a bit, I think now. Ooh, too much. Well, let's get this finished and then I'll play with it. So just finish off that last stitch with your shoe color, and then next row we will start the shoes. Okay, let's see if I can do this without hitting my camera here. So row 7 is going to be 1 single crochet, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. So 1 and an increase. 2 and 3. Whoops, 4 and an increase. 5 and 6. 7 and an increase. 8 and 9. 10 and an increase, 11 and 12, 13 and an increase, 14 and 15, 16 and an increase, 17 and 18. Row 8 is going to be 18 single crochets all the way around, and I'll try and go nice and slow since it's black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, take a little pause, and we are going to stuff this one side now. So what you want is to get up kind of inside of his tummy a little bit. You can decide if you want it firm or, I don't know why I can't think of that word other than not firm. Light, I guess. Lightly stuffed. Because once you close this up, you will have a little bit of space to do it from the other leg, but you're going to probably stretch it a little bit, and you don't want to do that. Okay, so I had a little bit up in the leg now. I'm happy with that. You want the legs to be a little on the firm side. So if you can try and get it to stand, it'll be a little easier. Okay, so you want to get it so it's firm and flat with the bottom of the shoe. So let's try that. Okay, this is going to be tricky. Okay. So row 9, you're going to be going in the back loops, and I guess we haven't started in the back loops. So instead of going under and through like this, sorry, my hand's right against the light here. You're going to go down through the V and then out the back. So just like the front loop, but instead of going up, you're going down. And we are going to do, let me see, back loop only, 1 single crochet, 1 decrease for a total of 12. And make sure you start in the right stitch. The next one, back loops, 1, and then a decrease in the back loops for 2, back loop 3. Oops, I caught my yarn slipping here. Take your time. And then a decrease in the back loops for 4. And then another single crochet for 5. Decrease for 6. Whoops, I knew that was going to happen. All right. Another single crochet for 7. Decrease for 8. Single crochet for 9, decrease for 10, single crochet for 11, and a decrease for 12. Now if you need to, add more stuffing right now, but remember you want this to be flat and not rounded. So if you feel like you have enough, or you can move some of this after, that's the way I would do it. I'm not going to add any more because it's fairly firm. And for row 10, you're just going to do 6 decreases. So 1 decrease, 2 decreases, 3 decreases, 4 decreases, 5 decreases, and 6 decreases. And then you're going to slip stitch into the next stitch and tie off, and leave enough of a tail that you can come up over in here in the back of the bum here and tie the 2 strings up when you're done the other leg. All right, so grab I might as well grab this one, I guess. Thread your shoe color on your needle. I'm going to get rid of my stitch marker. And then you're going to weave in and out of the top loop, or however you like to close. Just back and forth through those 6 decreases. And then pull that nice and tight. Give it a knot. Whoops. And then hide that knot inside and come out the back fairly close to the bottom. And then you're going to grab out your tail from the other leg, and we will do the shoe on this side now. So grab your stuffing. And we're going to get stuffing back on the other side of the body now. Just kind of make sure you're getting it even on both sides. I got a little bit of a bump right there. And then into the leg. I think that'll be okay. So grab your black and or whatever shoe color you're using, and we'll do the other side. What am I doing? Oh yeah, hook in. All right, so we're just going to undo that last stitch. And then you're going to start your single crochet and then leave it half done so you can attach your yarn. Nice and tight to the hook. Tie it a couple of times. Ooh, that is not turning out good. I think I need a break, but let's get this shoe done first. So just pull your shoe color through to finish off that last single crochet. I got a lot of tail there. Sorry, I should have shut the record off. I'm just fiddling around here now. Alrighty. So now you are going to do your row 7, 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that around for a total of 18. So 1 and an increase, 2 and 3, 4 and an increase, 5 and 6, 7 and an increase, 8 and 9, 10, and an increase, 11 and 12, 13 and an increase, 14 and 15, oopsie, 16 and an increase, 17 and 18. Row 8, you're going to do 18 single crochets all the way around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now, if you haven't already, add what little bit of stuffing you can, just to make the shoe part a little flatter here. So, whoopsie. So just like that, so it's nice and flat. Just double check that your legs are about the same amount. And now you're going to do your row 9 in the back loops, 1 single crochet, 1 decrease for a total of 12. Remember, it's in the back loop, so you're going down and out the back, 1 decrease for 2, 3, 4, oops, I got some stuffing there. Decrease for 4, 5, decrease for 6, 7, decrease for 8, 9, decrease for 10, 11, and a decrease for 12. Remember, this is a last chance to add stuffing if you need to. And I'm going to continue to round 10, just 6 decreases. So 1, decrease 2, decrease 3, decrease 4, decrease 5, come on, and our last stitch, decrease 6, slip stitch in the next stitch, And leave that same little amount of tail to go up on the inside. Thread your yarn. Whoops. Ooh, that's a bad one to drop. And again, you're just going to weave back and forth in those top loops, or however you like to close. Pull it tight. Tie your knot. Whoops. I usually tie it twice, but because I'm tying this up in his legs, once is enough for me on this one. I think next time we're starting our guys from the legs up to the head. I have so many of these where I got to do the legs like this, and it's not that fun. Alright, so you're just going to tie that. Now you want to pull it nice and tight because you want, oops, this tight. Alright, so you want these to be nice and flat, so when you pull these tight, you should notice them coming down and flat, and then you'll tie them nice and tight like that. And they will relax a little bit because they're a couple rows up from the center, so just remember that if you want to give them a little bit extra bit of a pull. Thread your needle with those two ends now. And you're just going to go in that same hole you came out and then hide them up out the back somewhere. And I'm going to stay in the blue just because I think they're going to really show up on the white. And then just give them a cut. And we'll sew up the little hole that we have left in the leg. Oh, where did that black come from? That's weird. So you'll thread your pant leg tail here. And then you're just going to go through the 2 stitches on the top and then the 2 stitches on the bottom. And you can go back and forth, or you can wrap it around, however you want to do it. I just go around a couple of times. It gives one extra layer of thread. So, looks good to me. The hole's gone, but I got to get to the back. And then you're just going to tie a knot nice and close somewhere. Once or twice. And then scooch that down and out the back as well. Give that a cut. Now we'll do the arms. Let's see if I can move this time. Okay, so far so good. So thread your arm strings. And you're going to put them in the hole on the white side where your last single crochet was when you joined them. So right out the center back somewhere. And then do the other side. And the same thing, you're going to go down where that last stitch is joined in the white. And then you're going to come out the same stitch. Can you see that? Oh yeah, you can see that better than me. The same stitch that you brought the other string out. You're going to give it one tie. Keep track of your ends and don't crisscross them. And flip your guy around. And now you're going to pull those strings nice and tight and you're going to bring in the fronts of these arms. What did I do? No, they're not crisscrossed. Oh, there we go. Pull tight, but not so tight that you're going to break your threads. When you're happy with where they're sitting, I think that's good enough. Then you're going to tie them properly in the back. Also keeping in mind that it will relax a bit because it's not quite straight across. And then I haven't done one of these in so long, I don't know. Seems like this is taking forever. I've been doing little ones. So thread your needle and then bring that out somewhere out the back. I'm gonna go down, I guess, looks like. Then my cut. Oh, we're getting pretty close here. We just have to add a little bit to his face and some hair. Okay, we're gonna add the nose. So you want to find the row where you inserted your eyes, and you're gonna go down 2 rows. 1, 2, and about the center between there, you're just gonna mark. And I'm going to go 1 hole on each side of that, and that's the holes I'm going to put my nose in. So grab your skin colored yarn, thread your needle, and you're going to come 1 row down and come up through where one side of your nose is going to be. Leave a little bit of a tail for tying, and then you're going to go down where the other side of your nose is going to be, and you're just going to go around and around. Probably 4 to 6 times, however many you feel you need to make it kind of have a little bit of a puff to it. And try and keep your line going straight across. think this is going to be my last one. And then I'm going to come back out with that last string where I started. So right down here. So right where this string is coming out, I want to bring this string back around. And then we're going to give it a tie. Not too tight because you don't want to pull the stitches on your nose. And then we'll thread those out the back. Come on. I really need to invent some kind of needle threader. There we go. And then you're just gently going to pull those out the back of the head so you're not pulling on the strings of the nose. Just make sure that knot is under there so you can't see it. And then just kind of push your stitches around a bit. Trim that off. And grab your black for the mouth, or whatever color you want the mouth to be. And you're going to go about 3 rows down from where your nose was. So 1, 2, 3, and that's where you want your mouth. So I think it's going to be just about the same as my nose size, maybe a touch wider. So come under that row, over to your first pin, and then you're going to go back down the other pin and out where you started. Try not to get in the stuffing if you can. Tie that off. I'm going to do mine twice, not too tight. I'm going to do something different here. Make my own needle threader. I don't know if that was quicker or not, but there we go. And then you're just going to put that out the back somewhere. Don't pull it too tight, or if you need to, grab onto that little piece of mouth. You may need to poke that kind of in to hide it a bit. Now grab a little chunk of whatever color you're using for the hair, and we'll put the eyebrows in. And I'm gonna go about 1 row up from the eye, just on the outside, or this is the inside, I guess, inside, and then match that stitch over on this side. Leave quite a bit of a tail. Oh, I didn't cut it, I guess. And then I'm going to go down one row on an angle. Just kind of keep track of where it's going to be. So just a little bit on past the outside of the eye. So like this. And then I'm going to come up in the center somewhere to tie it. I'll do the same thing on the other side. Oh, I thought I had more on that side. There we go. And then you're going to match this for what you did on this side. So you're going to go just a little bit to the outside of the eye and down one row. So it's going to come at a bit of an angle, and then you're going to come back out where you brought your other end out. Don't worry if it's not looking quite as cute as you expected. As soon as we do the shaping, it's going to change the whole way the face looks. So now tie that lightly so you're not pulling your eyebrows out. See if this, oh yeah, this one threads nicely. And then take that somewhere out the back. Again, careful not to pull so tight that you move your eyebrows. There we go. I just lost something. Oh, just a frog. Okay. All right, so grab the skin color and we'll shape the face. Oh. So you're going to go somewhere in the middle between the eyes, and you want to come out, yeah, here or here. You want to come on the inside of the eye, and then you want to come out on the next stitch over on the outside of the eye. So down, this is where we'll be tying. So at a 45-degree angle from the eye, we'll leave some length for tying under the eye, and then you're going to go straight down and come out just where the white and the skin color meet. Don't pull that too tight in case you need to adjust that. Now you want to ideally go in again right in this stitch over here, because you're one stitch from the arm here, so you want to be one stitch from the arm here. If you have enough, try and weave your end in and around, and see, I don't have enough because I need to be going down. So I'm just going to go over a stitch. I'm going to come out this stitch so I can go into that stitch, if that makes sense. What I'm basically doing is hiding this little bit right here under the neck and going over one stitch on each side. Then you're going to come up to match this stitch. So you want to be under the eye on the outside. And then you want to come over to that 45 degrees from the eye right there. And let me go right there, I think. And then out. So you've got a piece up here that's going to pull in, and you've got pieces down here that are going to pull down. Now you're going to pull your, I think I'm going to tie it before I pull. Let's just see how that goes. So just tie that, pull that, let them kind of use your fingers as you're going so you're not stretching your stitches. And just keep going until you have a little bit of a cheek on each side and a little bit of a bump between the eyes. Remembering that will relax a little bit. And then you're going to give it a good tie, nice and tight, a couple of times. And then you're going to put that out the back. All right, are you going to thread for me now? Problem is this kind of untwists on you. So one in there. Two in there. I really need to find a replacement for my big plastic needle that I used to love. I don't know what I did there, but it's going in. Now go back, and you can pull this one as hard as you want. Give that a cut. And then he just needs ears and some hair. Okay, now we're going to do the ears, and you need 2 of them. Make sure you leave yourself a little bit of a tail on the one end, and then make your knot with the loop on the end like you were going to chain. And this time we're not going over our tail. Insert your hook, grab your yarn, chain 1. Remember that doesn't count as a stitch. It just attaches your yarn to your loop, and we're going to do 8 single crochets into this loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then you're going to tie that off, leaving again another little bit of a tail. And you're going to make 2 of these. So leave your tail, make your knot with the loop on the end, insert your hook, grab your yarn, chain 1. Remember that doesn't count as a stitch, and don't go over your tail, and you're going to do another 8 single crochets into this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and tie off, leaving a bit of a tail. All right, grab your guy and some pins if you're using pins. And what I'm going to do is use my eye as a guide. So these 2 stitches across from the eye is where I'm going to be putting my ear strings. So I'm going to go on top of my eye, and I'm going to count 5 holes in this row over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on that bottom side of the eye. So there's one row in between, well, not a row, a space in between. So row, space, row, and then I'm in the top and the bottom of those. So we're going to do that on the other side. So find the top of your eye, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Find the bottom of your eye, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just do a double check that they look like they're about even. And mine look okay, I think. So grab your ear. Oh, which one's a good one? This one. So decide which side you want facing. So to me, this is the good side where you can kind of see the V's of your stitches, and this is the back where you don't see those V's. So you want them both facing towards you the same way. And I'm going to take the, what would you call this? The first tail. So this is the tail we would have usually crocheted over, and this is our tie-off tail. So I'm going to take the first tail, and I'm going to make that the top of my ear, but I want to make sure it comes out to match the other one. So I'm just going to go through the first single crochet I made. So my string is up at the front, and then I'm just going to go in that first stitch, and I'm just going to go around that stitch. Then I'm going to come through the ear. Then I'm going to go down in the middle, so it would be between my two pins. I'm going to go under there. Through the middle of my ear. And then in that, where that bottom pin was. Just around the bar in that row. Now, if you want to secure, you can go one more time, but that's enough for me. And I'm just going to take my other tail now and tie it to the tail I was working with. Tie it behind the ear. And then I'm going to thread these two ends in and back through the center of the head. Come on. There we go. So go right down where you were stitching around the ear, and then out the middle of the back. And then we'll do the same thing for the other ear. So our starting tail. Oops, my phone just ran out of storage. So I deleted everything, but I forgot to turn it off to reset it. So you're with your starting tail, and you're just going to wrap that under that first V of your first stitch. Hold on. Looks like, no, I got my lighting right up. Seems darker to me than it was. I don't know. Okay, so how did I do the other one? So I need to start on the top now so that the right side is still facing me. And you're going to go around that where that first pin is. Then through the ear. around the middle of the row between the pins. Whoops, oh my goodness. I need a different setup, definitely here. Sorry guys. I don't know what's happening. And then through the middle of the ear. Hope you guys aren't struggling as much as I am. And then where you had your last pin, one row down there. This should be the easiest sewing you ever did, and look at, I'm making it look such a mess. Okay, and then through your ear. I think this is why I usually leave the ears off a lot of things. But the way his hair goes, you can definitely see his ears because you need that kind of messy bang look that he has. Ooh, first time. Now insert that down and then out the center where you took your last batch of strings out. Now I didn't shape the side of his head, but if you want his ears to come in and give him a different sort of a face shape, you can pull these in a bit. Whoops. Dropping everything today. And then you're just going to thread these in and bring them out the bottom. And I'm going to do that off camera because I got to go find my needle on the floor now. All right, now we want to start on the hair. So grab whatever color you're doing the hair. And what I do is I fold it in half and just kind of guess how much I'm going to need for length. So probably around the back of the neck to the center, and then fold it in half. And remember, it does take a little bit of yarn up here where you're attaching it. So I want mine to be about this long. And if I remember right, I think I just used my hand with my thumb. Yep. So you're just gonna wrap it around your hand if that's the right length. I use my phone sometimes if you have a book or maybe a food package like a craft dinner box, something like that. And you're just gonna wrap. Sorry, I can't really stay in the camera here. Just wrap it around a couple of times. And then cut it. And then you want to cut it on the bottom where your ends are. And just remember, a little extra or too much is better than not enough in this case, because you can always trim it. And what we're going to do, let's get a colored one, is you're going to use the holes going around in a spiral, and you're going to hook all your hairs around until you get to here. And so to do that, I put 6 in here and then 1 in every hole going around. So I'm just going to put the first one in so you can see how it's done if you've never done it before. So you want that in half. You're going to pull it through. So you have this loop on your hook, and then you're going to grab your 2 strands and you're going to pull that through. And then just pull that tight. And you're going to do that all the way around. And then once you're done, when you have these front ones, what I did was I found center, and then I took 4 of my little strings on each side, and then I cut them just below the ears, kind of even with the mouth. And then I just kind of lift them up like this and curl them in to give that kind of messy bang look. Because he has a part, but then they kind of scoop around towards his eyes. So just kind of like that. And this is what my back looks like. I haven't trimmed it yet because I always trim it too short. So I'm just leaving it like this for my own self. But you might want to just kind of trim the back up a little bit once you're done. Okay, I'm going to leave you to do that. I hope you liked that part of my surprise. Because next we are going to be doing the mask and the jacket. And I'm going to keep it all in one because it seems when I did a part 2 and 3 for the other guys, that it didn't really get watched as much. So it's all going to be one really super long one, but I think you guys will be happy with it. So I had a little voter poll on my Facebook page as to what color to do the video in for the cape and the hood, and the winner was gray. So thank you everybody who voted, and let's get started. So you're going to make, I'm going to leave a little bit of a tail. You're going to make your knot with the loop because we are going to be starting with a chain. Insert your hook, and we're going to chain 27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. For row 1, we're going to do 26 single crochets all the way down. Be careful not to twist your chain. And we're going to be starting in the second chain from the hook. So this loop on your hook does not count. This first set of V's is your first chain. And then this second one is your second chain from the hook. So we're going to be going in this one right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 in that last chain. Then you're going to chain 1 and turn. Row 2, you're going to do 4 single crochets. You're going to chain 4 and skip 4. Then you're going to do 10 single crochets. And then you're going to do chain 4, skip 4, and then you should have 4 single crochets left for a total of 26. So you're going to begin in this first stitch right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now you're going to skip 4 and go in the 5th one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then insert your needle in that 5th stitch, and you're going to make 10 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now again, you're going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Skip 4 and go in the 5th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then insert in that 5th one, and we should have 4 single crochets left. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And make sure you get under both sides of the V of that stitch. 4. And then chain 1 and turn. Row 3, you're going to do 26 single crochets across. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you need to make sure you get in all of these bumps going across. You're going to have 4 of them, and then let's see, this will be your next stitch once you're across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then in the hole. So stitch 5, 6, 7, 8, and that should bring you for your next stitch being right in here. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and now you're going to go in those bumps of your chain, 4 of them. 19, 20, 21, 22 in that last bump, and you should have 4 stitches left. 23, 24, 25, 26, and that is the hardest row in this cape. So make sure you have your 26, 4 and 4, so when you go to do your arms you have the right amount of stitches. Chain 1 and turn. Row 4, you're going to do 5 half double crochets, 1 increase, 14 half double crochets, an increase, and then 5 half double crochets. So if you've never done a half double crochet, it's basically a single crochet, but you do 1 yarn over. So yarn over, go into the next stitch, grab your yarn, pull up and through, and you'll have 3 loops on your hook instead of 2, and then you just grab your yarn and go through all 3 loops. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you're going to do a half double crochet increase, so that's 2 half double crochets in the same stitch, 1 and 2. And I'm just going to mention, I might accidentally say single crochet, but the whole rest of this is all half double crochets. So if I say single crochet, I mean half double crochet till we get to going all the way around. So now we're going to do 14 half double crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then you're going to do your increase, 1 and 2 half double crochets in the same stitch. And then you should have 5 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Chain 1 and turn. Row 5, you're going to do 6 half double crochets, an increase, 14 half double crochets, an increase, and 6 half double crochets for a total of 30. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and an increase. So 2 in the same stitch. Then you're going to do 14 half double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then an increase, 2 in the same stitch, and then 5 half double crochets. 6, sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. maybe 6. Why is that one so tight? There, oops. Got it through, but that's about it. Okay. Chain 1 and turn. Row 6, you're going to do 7 half double crochets, an increase, 14 half double crochets, an increase, and then 7 half double crochets for a total of 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an increase, 1 and 2 in the same stitch, then your 14 half double crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then your increase, 1 and 2 in the same stitch, and then you should have 7 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That is really, am I going under? Oh, maybe I'm going in the wrong stitch there. There we go. Row 7, oh, chain 1 and turn. Row 7, you're going to do 8 half double crochets, an increase, 14 half double crochets, an increase, and 8 half double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then your increase, 1 and 2 in the same stitch, and then 14 half double crochets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then your increase, 1 and 2 in the same stitch, and then we should have 8 single crochet or half crochet, see, half double crochets left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and and 8. Chain 1 and turn. Rows 8 to 11 is going to be 34 or half double crochets across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 'Now just hold tight for a second on that and just double check it on your guy. So this goes on, I guess, backwards to usual. So we're gonna have this is a whole issue I had too making this, because normally your jacket has the seam in the front and I wanted to make it removable, and I didn't know how to make the hood go around the back but not have to be attached. It was definitely so I think that's okay, because the little spikes are still going to come down. If you want to put one more row, feel free, but if it's black on black, it's probably perfect, but with this gray one you really notice the difference. But again, also if you use a different, even though they're all the same number yarn, sometimes some are thicker and thinner, so you overstuffed. So you decide if you need one more row. And then if not, we're going to start going around. All right, you should have the length of your little cape ready. I'm just going to do a little explanation about what I did here. So when I did these, I did, so I guess they're like picots, but I did extra chains. So instead of doing 2 chains, I did 4, I did 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, and I just did that all the way around. So as you're going, it didn't seem to make too much difference to me once they all curled around, but if you want to do them all 4s you can, all 3s you can. But I'm going to be alternating 3 to 4, and hopefully I don't screw that up and do 2 3s and 2 4s. Alright, so let's get our hook back in. And we're going to do 1 single crochet. And I'm not going to write this out, so we'll just go nice and slow. And then in the next stitch, we're going to do our kind of a picot type thing. So 1 single crochet. And then I'm going to chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to single crochet down in that same stitch. And that makes our little kind of bump. Then I'm going to do 2 slip stitches across. So 1 slip stitch and 2 slip stitches. Now I'm going to do the same thing like this picot, but I'm going to do 3 chains. So single crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, single crochet down in that same stitch, and then 2 slip stitches. 1, 2, and then we're just going to repeat that all the way to the end. So single crochet, chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, single crochet in the same stitch, and 2 slip stitches. 1, 2, single crochet in the next stitch, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, single crochet in that same stitch, and then 2 slip stitches. 1, 2. So 4, 3, 4, 3. So I'm going to do 4 now. Single crochet, chain 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Single crochet in that same stitch, and then 2 slip stitches. 1, 2. Single crochet in the next stitch, chain 3. 1, 2, 3, and then single crochet in that same stitch. 2 slip stitches. 1, 2, then single crochet in the next, chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, single crochet in that same stitch, and 2 slip stitches. 1 and 2. That was 3. 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. This will be 3. So, yeah, single crochet. I already forgot. I think it's 3. 3 chains, and then single crochet in that same stitch, and then 2 slip stitches. 1, 2. If you make a mistake, you're probably going to be the only one that knows. Of course, you all get to see my mistake, but I'm leaving them in there. Alright, so this will be a 4 single crochet, chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, single crochet in the same stitch, and then 2 slip stitches. 1, 2. Single crochet, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, single crochet in that same stitch, 2 slip stitches, 1, 2, and then our last one should be 4, single crochet, chain 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, single crochet in the same stitch, and then you should have 1 or 2 single or a slip stitch, and let's do a single crochet, however that works. I thought I had an extra stitch on this side, so I added a single crochet here, but you're not going to notice. This is the back. Alright, so now we're going to do, in that same stitch we just went in, we want to have 3 stitches to go around the corner. So that was 1, 2, 3. Okay, so for going up the sides, between these lines, that is 2 rows of half double crochets. So 2, 2, 2, and then I think we have a half and a single there. So when you're going in the sides, when you're single crocheting and you're going across half double crochets, 2 rows of half double crochet equals 3 rows of single crochet. So we want to have 3 single crochets between these lines. So I usually go on this side of the line, in the middle somewhere, and then on this side of the line. So we'll go 3, 3, 3, and then just kind of pick our stitches when we get to the top. So just single crochet up this side. So this side of the line, the middle, and then the other side of the line. So now we're going to go on this side of the line, in the middle, and then on this side of the line. If you can get in there. I really did something weird on the sides here. I know I chained 1. I don't know. So 3 more in between there. And Now I'm going to do 3 more here. And then I think I'm going to do 2 up here. 1 and 2, and then in the corner you're going to do 3 to get around that corner. 1, 2, 3. And then you're just going to go across the top here. I'm not going to count because it may be a little bit different if you go in a different stitch than I did, but it should be pretty easy to see. This will be your chain row that you first started out with. Now you should be coming up to your corner, and there's the tail there. We're going to go over that tail so we don't have to weave that in. Unless you ended up on the other side, I suppose, because you added an extra row. And then your tail would have been here. So sorry, I apologize. I forgot about that. So 3 in this corner. You're going over your tail now, if you have the same amount of rows as me. Now you're going to do your 3 single crochets between all the rows, and I put 2 here, and it looks like I have space for 1, so I'm going to do an increase in that same hole, or 2 in the same hole, just because I remembered I had 2. And then start doing your 3. So remember the inside of the line, the middle, and then the other inside of the line. I have not looked in the camera since I started these. Oops. Okay. I think my hands are in the right space. And then you're kind of at the corner here, so you can do your 2 or 3, just do whatever you feel looks right. Actually, I don't want to make a bump there, so I'm just going to slip stitch right there. And then tie that off. Actually, since I'm going to weave this end to end, I'm going to do that twice before I tie it off. And then I find which side is my right side. So I like with the V's and the V's going up and down facing you, and the top of the V's kind of facing you as my outside, whereas this I like as the inside. So for me, this is going to be my right side. So I want to make sure I put this tail in on the wrong side. I just cut the end that I weaved over there. So grab your needle. And I'm going to go across this way. So I'm just going to come in here under a few stitches. I think I'm going to go up a row. You can do this however you want. You can put a bunch of back and forth in or just a couple, up to you. So I'm just going to go under a few stitches. And then I'm going to split that stitch and go back the other way. I think I'm going to do mine about 4 times. But you do yours however you feel is secure. And then one more time. Usually I go till it feels like it's kind of hard to put in, and then I feel like it's going to be a little hard to pull out. And if you've ever had to undo one of these, you know it is actually in there pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to put this on because are we done? Now, I'm leaving mine like this. Oh, we have the arms left. You know what? I think I might save the arms till tomorrow. I think it's like midnight. So, I was going to say, I left mine like this, but if you want it to close up and not sew it, if you can find some little tiny buttons, or even like lace it like a shoe maybe and tie a knot up there, but that's for after the arms. Okay, I will see you guys on the next part. Alrighty, let's start on the arms. So we want to have 10 stitches, so we're going to have 4 stitches on the bottom, 4 stitches on the top, and then we're going to do a little decrease in these 2 stitches right here. So we don't have a hole. So we'll have 4, 8, 9, and 10 stitches going all the way around. So make your knot with the loop on the ends because we're going to attach our yarn. And you don't need too much of a tail because we're going to try and go over it. So you're going to come over halfway, so you'll have 2 stitches. Insert your hook. Do your chain 1. And again, this will all be half double crochet, so if I say single crochet, it's a half double crochet. So we're going to do a half double crochet in this same stitch that we just attached to. 1, and we're going to do a half double crochet in the second stitch on the bottom. 2. Now we're going to do a decrease on the side here. 3. And now we're going to do 4 half double crochets across the top. 4. 5, 6, 7. Now we're going to be back at the side, so we're going to do a decrease in these 2 holes. Oops, I'm going to grab a little closer because that looks like it's going to be a bit of a hole there yet. So 8, and then you should have about 2 stitches left. 9 and 10. So just make sure you have 10 stitches, however you end up going around. So that was round 1, and we need 5 rows total. So including this row, I am just going to count to 50 because 5 times 10 is 50. And I'll just flip my marker when I hit a set of 10. So we're at 10. Our next stitch goes where we chain 1 and half double crocheted. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's the end of a round. Flip my marker and keep on counting. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Flip your marker. Keep on counting. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Flip your marker, and this will be our last row. 41, 42, oopsie, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Now we're going to do the little picot thingies around the cuffs, and it's going to be the same as we did down here, only I'm going to do the 3 chains and 1 slip stitch instead of 2. So single crochet, chain 3, and then single crochet back in that same stitch, and then 1 slip stitch, and then you're just going to repeat that all the way around. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, and 1 slip stitch. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, and 1 slip stitch. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, and a slip stitch. Should be our last one. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, And then you can either slip stitch here and tie off, or slip stitch over here and tie off. And I think I am going to go here in the next stitch over. And then you'll tie that off. Leave enough of a tail to weave that in. And then we'll do the other arm. So exactly the same thing. Make your knot with the loop on the end with a shorter tail so we can crochet over it. Insert your hook into the second stitch. Or it doesn't matter, I just did it because it's even, 2 on each side. As long as you have 4 on the bottom. Chain 1, and now you're going to half double crochet in that same stitch for 1, half double crochet in the next stitch for 2, do your decrease on the side so you don't have a hole, so 3. And now your 4 across the top. 1, whoops, 4. I guess I could have done it the other way, but 5. 6. And 7. Then you're going to do your decrease on the side. 8. Oops, again, there's that little weird space. 8. And then you'll have 2 left. 9 and 10. Grab your stitch marker if you're using one, and we have to do our next 4 rows of 5. So again, we're just going to count to 50, starting at 11 because we have our first 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, flip your marker, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, flip your marker, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, so this will be our last row, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, oopsie, yeah, that's okay, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. And now we'll do our little picot-y things. Single crochet, chain 3, and single crochet in the same stitch. 1 slip stitch, and then repeat that around. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, and then a slip stitch. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, and a slip stitch. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, slip stitch, and then this will be our last one. Single crochet, chain 3, single crochet in the same stitch, and then do your slip stitch where you did it on the previous row. So I skipped this stitch, and then I went in my first stitch, and then tie off. Cut your tail, and we might as well weave these ends in. So I turn mine inside out. Thread your needle. And then just go up inside somewhere. I usually go a couple rows up till I find a nice round of V stitches. I'm going to go this way so I'm under the arm more. And then just go on the backs of those stitches. I think I'm going to do 4 times again. I'm not going quite as long as I did on the jacket. I think I only have about 4 stitches in here, but you do yours however you feel is the most comfortable for keeping it secure. And I'm going to fold that back in so I don't forget that they're inside out, and put it on backwards. And then I inside out the other arm. Thread your needle. And do the same thing. Just go up a few stitches till you're at a row that you want. And then you're just going to go under the tops of all those pieces. off. Turn it back to the right side. And now we can put it on our little man. Sometimes the first try on is a little tricky. Just be careful you're not stretching his arm out too much. I like to push his hand kind of down with my finger and then pull it gently out. Okay, light, don't fall off. There we go. So there is our cape or jacket or whatever you want to call it. And now we are ready to start on the next part. So now we are going to make the mask, and this is also all one piece. So we're going to start with our white, do our hood, and then do the eye pieces. All right, so let's see. Start with your knot on the loop. You can start this any way you want. We're going to be going in the round now. Just as long as you have your same amount of stitches in row 1. If you're doing it my way, you're going to grab your yarn, chain 1, and remember that doesn't count as a stitch. That just attaches your yarn to the loop. And for row 1, you are going to do 6 single crochets into that loop. And do go over your tail so you can pull it tight. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then pull your tail. Grab a stitch marker if you're using one. And for row 2, you are going to do 6 increases. So that is 2 single crochets in every stitch all the way around. For a total of 12. So increase 1 and 2. Increase 3 and 4, increase 5 and 6, increase 7 and 8, increase 9 and 10, and our last increase 11 and 12. Row 3, you're going to do 1 single crochet, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 18. 1, increase, 2 and 3, 4, increase, 5 and 6, 7, increase, 8 and 9, 10, increase, 11 and 12, 13, increase, 14 and 15, 16, and an increase, 17 and 18. Row 4, you are going to do 2 single crochets, 1 increase, repeat that all the way around for a total of 24. 1, 2, and an increase, 3 and 4. 5, 6 and an increase, 7 and 8, 9, 10 and an increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14 and an increase, 15 and 16, 17, 18 and an increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22 and an increase, 23 and 24. Row 5, you are going to do 3 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 30. 1, 2, 3, and your increase, 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, and your increase, 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, and your increase, 14 and 15, 16, 17, 18, and your increase, 19 and 20, 21, 22, 23, and your increase, 24 and 25. One more, 26, 27, 28, and your increase, 29 and 30. Row 6, you're going to do 4 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, and your increase, 5 and 6. Continue around, 7, 8, 9, 10, and your increase, 11 and 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and your increase, 17 and 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and your increase, 23 and 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and your increase, 29 and 30, and here's our last one, 31, 32, 33, 34, and an increase, 35 and 36. Row 7, you're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 increase. Repeat that all the way around for a total of 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and an increase, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and an increase, 13 and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and an increase, 20 and 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and an increase, 27 and 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, whoops, 33, and an increase, 34 and 35, and here's our last one, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and your increase, 41 and 42. All right, now we're going to start the chin part, and you have to bear with me a little bit because I'm half remembering and half reading my chicken scratch that kind of makes no sense. So for start row 8, we are going to do 6 single crochets, 1 increase, chain 1, and turn for a total of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then an increase. Actually, I think I'm going to skip the chain 1. So just turn, no chain 1. And row 9, we're going to do a decrease, 4 single crochets, a decrease for a total of 6. So 1 decrease, 4 single crochets, 1, 2, oopsie, 3, 4, and then a decrease. And then we're going to turn. Row 10, we're going to do a decrease, 2 single crochets, and a decrease for a total of 4. So decrease, 2 single crochets, and a decrease. And then turn. Row 11, we're going to do a single crochet, a decrease, and a single crochet. So single crochet, excuse me, a decrease, and a single crochet. And now we're going to chain 1, and we're going to turn. Now row 12 is going to be a little bit up for your own determination. We're going to go around the chin, and then we're going to do a sequence of 6 single crochets and 1 increase all the way around, and then we're going to go around the chin. And I have no set number for around the chin. So we're going to start in that next stitch with a single crochet. Then we're going to do 3 single crochets, 1, 2, 3, and then a single crochet. And now just go up. We want to start in this stitch. This is where we did our first increase for row 8, our 6 plus our increase. So we want to start our sequence right here in this stitch after our increase. So we're going to single crochet to here, and then we'll start our sequence. So just put a couple in, 2 to 4 probably. Yeah, 4 is what I'm going to be doing. And now we'll start our sequence of 6 single crochets and an increase until we get over to the stitches on this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then an increase. And I'm going to keep counting it like that since we don't have an actual stitch count. So start again at 1 for our next set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and your increase, 7 and 8. Start again at 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then your increase, 7 and 8. Start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and your increase, 7 and 8. And this is possibly our last set here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and your increase, 7 and 8. Now you're just going to single crochet down to where you started with that slip stitch and chain 1. And I had 4, I think, so try and have the same amount. 1, 2, actually I think I'm only going to have 3. Oh, I could put another one in. 3 and 4. And I have a little hole there, so I'm just going to try and go in a stitch so there's not a hole. 4, and then slip stitch. I still got a hole. Slip stitch up there maybe. There we go. Just kind of look that it's even. You may have to add a stitch at the end if you need to. I think I'm going to leave mine how it is. We're not doing anything more on the chin part here. So fix it now if you need to. And then tie off and leave a tail for sewing. I hope I kept the right end. Yes, I did. And you can take your... I'll leave it in. Oh no, I'm starting up here, so let's take our stitch marker out. Alright, now we got to do a little bit of figuring. So you want to find the center of the top here. So there's your bottom, here's your top, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to find my increase on this side. So right there. And my increase on this side, which is right there. So if you kind of look where the points are, that's where you want to find your increases. And I'm just going to count over the stitches. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then that's my middle stitch right there. So now what you want to do is count over to the right 17 stitches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. All right, now you're going to grab your hood color. Leave a little bit of a tail. You can crochet over. Make your knot with the loop on the end. You don't need this pin anymore. And you're going to go in on that 17th stitch that you counted over to. You're going to attach your yarn. So just with a little chain. One chain. And for row 1, you're going to do 5 single crochets, 1 increase for 42 stitches. So, and then you're going to chain 1 and turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then an increase, 6 and 7. Keep on going in that sequence. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and your increase, 13 and 14. Keep on going. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and your increase, 20 and 21. Again, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and your increase, 27 and 28. Oops. Again, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and your increase, 34 and 35, and should be one more time, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and your increase, 41 and 42. And then you're going to chain 1 and turn. So you should be looking at the back side right now, and we're going to start going in what is to us the back loops of this row. So starting in this stitch right here, row 2 in the back loops is going to be 42 single crochets all the way around. So 1, 2, make sure you're getting down through that V and out the back, 3, because we're going to need these stitches on the next row, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, oopsie, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, excuse me, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Now you're going to chain 1, turn, and you need to get a slip stitch down in here, in that little hole, and then chain 1 again, and then have it turned all the way around. So you're now, what used to be your front loops are now your back loops again, the other side of the stitches that you didn't go into. So it's a little bit confusing because you just went in the back loops, but it's going to be the back loops again because of the way we're facing. So we're going to do half double crochets from now on, and for row 3, and what our new back loops is 42 half double crochets. That one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Now all our rows are going to be 42, I believe, from now on. So if you are not at 42, just remember, if you're at 41, when you do the next row, you're going to do an increase up at the top somewhere. And if you're at, say, 43, you're going to do a decrease. So your next row, that's when you'll worry about if you have 42 stitches. You're not going to notice it in any of these rows. So chain 1 and turn. So for rows 4 to 13, we are just going to do 42 single crochets with a chain 1 and a turn, back and forth. And I'm going to use my stitch counter. So we just finished row 3. So remember, half double crochets. 1, 2, 3, 9, 40, 41, and 42. I think chain 1. Looks about the right size. You can put it on your guy if you want and just double check that you don't need to make another row before you close this up. And that's about where it needs to be here. You want to make sure this hair will be tucked in, but looks okie dokie. Now you're going to fold it so the outside is facing you. You're going to make a seam, so you want this to be on the inside. And you're going to fold it over so you got the hole on the one side, and this is going to come to a point at the top. And you're just going to go through both the front and the back, and you're just going to slip stitch all the way up to the top, making sure you get through both sides of the V on each side. So slip stitch all the way up. Just watch that your stitches are matching. Just keep on slip stitching. Almost to the top here. And I just put one kind of at the very top bar here. just so there's not a hole in the top. And then you're going to tie that off. Leave yourself some tail for sewing, or weaving, I guess. Thread your needle. You're just going to go up and down this seam somewhere. I'm just going to go in these my spars from my slip stitch. I'm just going to weave around and around. A couple of times. Pull that through. Don't pull your point. You want your top to stay pointy. Then I'm just going to go back the opposite way around those. You don't have to do it this way. It's a little trickier. Actually, I'm not. Okay. Do that as many times as you feel you need to. Whoopsie. And then we might as well weave in this end while we're here. And I'm just going to cut my first beginning tail off. So still make sure you're on the inside or the wrong side so you don't see what you're doing here. I'm just going to come up a little ways. I need to tip this more, I think. There we go. Nope, less. I don't know. Okay. So you want to pull that knot in, but you don't want to wreck the tip of his chin. And you're just going to go across a couple of times. Actually, while I'm right here in the perfect spot, I'm just going to close that little hole I had there. And fix that. I have another hole there too. And I'm going to go one more time. Cut that off. Fold it the right way. And let's just see if we can get that on him. No, I don't have his hair set how I want it for when I pull it off, but this is going to come on and off a few times right now. So I'm not too worried about it. Oh, this actually looks pretty cute in gray. So I do need it tipped up more. There we go. All right, so now we are ready to start on his little face. Okay, we're going to begin the eye. So you're going to make a knot with a loop on the end, a little bit of a tail for whatever we might want to use that for later, tying the other pieces or just holding it in place when you're pinning it. Insert your hook, chain 2, and then in this first stitch or the second stitch from your hook, you're going to do an increase. So that's 2 single crochets in the same space. And we're not going to chain. You're going to turn your work, and we're going to do 6 rows of 2 single crochets. And I'm just going to count the rows. So the first row, 2 single crochets. Turn. Second row, 2 single crochets. Turn. Third row, 2 single crochets. Turn. Fourth row, 2 single crochets. Turn. Fifth row, 2 single crochets. Turn, and our 6th row, 2 single crochets. Turn again, and we're just going to do a decrease across those 2 stitches. All right, now we're going to do a couple of single crochets, and then we're going to do some decreases, then we're going to do some half double crochets around, and then we're going to do 2 increases, and then try and get 2 single crochets here. So if your stitches don't match up, that's okay. Our main goal is to have an increase on this side, a decrease on this side, and kind of a thicker stitch going around. So 1 single crochet, 2 single crochets, and then we're going to do 2 decreases. So 1 decrease, 2 decreases. Now we should have, I've gone in these a few times practicing this, so mine look really big. Should have kind of 3 stitches kind of around this bottom corner. We want to put half double crochets around till we match up with this stitch. So I'm going to put do 3 increases around, so in half double crochets. So that's 1 increase, and then another increase, half double crochets, and then another increase of half double crochets. And then we want to do 2 increases over these next 2 stitches. So an increase, an increase, and try and fit 2 single crochets and a slip stitch along the rest. So 1, 2, and a slip stitch. And that is going to give you a little bit of a curve on your eye. These ones I just single crocheted all the way around, and as I stitched them on I bent them around. So if you're not getting this curve, you can just single crochet around and then just kind of make it bend when you put your eye on, because now we have to do that backwards so it curves the other way. So cut yourself a nice long string for sewing on that eye. And now we'll do the other eye. So we're basically going to do the same thing, the same middle, and then when we go around we're going to do it backwards. So insert your hook, do your chain 2, increase in that first chain or the second chain from your hook, 1 and 2, no chaining, turn, and now we're going to do our 6 rows of 2 single crochets. Row 1, turn, our second row, 2 single crochets, turn, our third row, 2 single crochets, turn, our fourth row, 2 single crochets, turn, our fifth row, 2 single crochets, turn, and then our sixth row, 2 single crochets. Excuse me. Turn, and then do the decrease. So now we're going to go backwards, and our increases will be on this side, our 3 half double increases on the bottom, and then our decreases on this side. So 1 single crochet, 2 single crochet, our 2 increases, 1 increase, 2 increase, and then we need to do our 3 half double crochets around. So 1 and 2, and then another 1 and 2. Make sure you're doing halves here, and then 1 more right there. And then now you need to do 2 decreases. You may have to tighten them up a bit, nice and close, so we have enough stitches. So 1, 2, and then a single and a slip stitch, if you can get that in there. And then tie that off. I think we did it. Let's just have a look here, because I did not want to have to flip them over, so one's right side and wrong side. Well, I mean, good enough, I think, hey? This one's a little nicer, but we can kind of fix this one when we sew it on. All right, and then I did the mouth a little bit differently again, but I did write it down, so all right, leave a little bit of a tail in case you need that. Make your knot with the loop on the end, because we're going to be chaining this one. And we're going to chain 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we're going to do 5 single crochets starting in this second chain from the hook. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we're going to do 3 single crochets into this end last chain. So I'm going to do 1 on the one side of the knot, kind of turn a bit, go a little bit over the knot, and turn a little bit more, so I'm going the other way on the other side of this chain. So that's 3 single crochets in the end. Now we're going to do 4 single crochets up the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 single crochets in this end where we started. 2, and then we'll slip stitch. And you can play around with this too if you want to do some halves around or whatever. I just went with a straight oval shaped mouth. Leave enough for sewing. So there you got your little mouth and your 2 little eyes. And then we'll get them pinned on where they go. Okay. Let's see if I can move this a bit. So get your pins out. And I want what do I want? That one looks a little longer than this one for some, probably because I did it 15 times before I decided I was ready to video it. All right, and I want to start this at the bottom. You know, I think if you were doing a different color like this right now, I would do the center of the color that matched the hood and probably do that last single crochet around in black, now that I'm seeing it on here. So you want to get your, oh, I can't read, okay. You want to get your mouth just down on that first row down there and straight up. It's going to look really awkward for me because I'm on an angle here and I can't barely reach what I'm doing. So it might not even look straight to you guys, but it is straight from where I'm sitting. It's just I got my camera at a very tippy weird angle so I can get this in here. Okay. That's even a little twisted. So I'm going to pin the first eye where I want it and then try and match that up. So I want to have at least one row weight here, and I'm going to kind of go in this point right here where all the increases are. And you can kind of see a bit of this third row. There's about 3, sorry, the pin's in my mouth. 3 stitches right there in the curve. Just to help you line it up for the other side is why you'll want to keep track of that. This is going to be much easier though than trying to make the curve while I sew it on. All these strings, if you want to do one at a time, that might be a good idea. But I think I'm going to start you off sewing, then leave you to finish the rest. So I'm at that point, and I'm 1 row over down here. Just kind of make sure even this way too. So 1, 2. You'll probably have to readjust yours as you're going here. But basically you want it to look like this. And then when you get to the sewing, this should be quite easy because you can reach the back really nice. since it's not a stuffed thing. You still might want to push it around a little. So I'm going to go down. I always start down for some reason. And then I'm going to come up that same stitch that I was just beside. Sorry, how can you see this without me getting all tangled? All right, this should not look this hard. I should be looking in the camera really while I'm doing this. Okay, let's try it like that. Okay, and then back down into the next stitch. I think I'm going to do this way. It's a little easier for me to show you. But if you want to go down and up and down and up, do it however you want or however you are used to. So down this stitch, and then we're going to come up this stitch. Just make sure you're always going around at least one stitch. Where's my pin? Oh. At least one stitch, so you're not just like going through the gray and popping back up through the white. So you're going to go down, come around a stitch, and then come up into your next stitch. And you can tell that by feel usually. Yeah, this isn't as nice when you don't go back and forth. I'll go back and forth on this side where I'm close to the opening. Just get that out of my way. So here you can see good where I went down there. So I'm coming up over, going into the next stitch. So you're just going to keep doing that, going around. Do once or twice, all depending on how secure it feels. The second one will be a little trickier because you're going to try and match it to the first one. Okay, so I'm going to leave you to finish this off, and then when you're done, you're just going to put two little noses there. I think I might have went a little too close here. That mouth might have to go down a bit, and then you'll have room for your two little lines for the nose. So just under here. And once you have the mask finished and all sewed up, join me back here and we will do the next part that I've kind of been dreading. Okay, so I rewatched the Scream movies just so I knew what I was doing when I made this. And I am going to do the iconic scene from about the corn syrup on his little tummy. So I found some red nail polish. I think I'm going to use this one. Oh, this is so old I can't even open it. There we go. Oh, I should shake it first. And when I look at it, there's a little dot here, and then a streak, and then a streak. So I am super scared to do this and wreck it because I did not put the hair on the other one I made for this video. And I think this one turned out a little better. Okay, here we go. I don't even know how I want to do this. So let's just, ooh, I think I am wrecking it. A little bit of bloody dot up there. Oops, it's It's way too thick up there. And then we need to give him a nice streak. Oh boy. What have I done, guys? I think I want that more of a straight line. If you're doing this with me, maybe wait till I'm done to see if you like it, because I'm not so sure. I'm wondering if I should have just stuck my finger in there and done it. That looks like a little I, like the letter I. Actually, let's do this one on this side. And I'm going to use my finger and go in there. Because I'm not really liking that now. Uh-oh. Well, it's there now. Oh, shoot. It's too straight, maybe. Maybe that's the problem. I can't get worse, can it? I didn't want to go down there, that's for sure. Well, it's there. Okay, I don't think you need to see any more of that, but that's how I did this. If you like it, when you see it in the thumbnail, this guy might have a permanent, I know he does have a little flick of blood up here too somewhere. I'm not going to touch that. All right, let's do the knife while this is drying. Leave a bit of a tail. Make your knot with the loop on the end, and this is the perfect time for your little sparkly gray yarn if you have some. Insert your hook, and you're going to chain 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then in the second chain from the hook, you're going to do 2 slip stitches across. So 1, and then 2. And then we should have about 6 half double crochets across the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I am just going to change to black right now and tie it on. Or whatever color you're using for the handle. You've quite a bit of a tail, so we can tie that on later. Huh. Let's do that again. Here we go. And now you're going to crochet over, single crochet over all of these little strings. So you're going to grab your yarn, come out and under around there, do your single crochet, do that again, under and around, and pull up, single crochet, under and around, and just do that till you think it's long enough, probably about 6-ish. So there we go. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like I did more than 5, but let's do one more. Or however many you want. 6. And I'm just going to pull this string through here. Kind of tie that piece off. And then tie it to my other piece. Now cut your black, leaving lots of tail to weave around. Just scrunch that up. I'm going to cut my gray when I'm done, but that will be leaving. I don't want to be pushing it around right now. And you're just going to weave up and down inside this handle a couple of times to give it a little strength. And make sure none of these little ends are floating around in there too badly. I'm going to cut my gray ones now. And then I'm going to put my other tail up inside, I think. Okay, let's put the knife on. And while I'm doing that, I just want to say thanks for watching. If you enjoy my videos, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Because not only does that help me out, but that will notify you every time I load a new video. As well as if you want to share anything you made, you can go down into the description under the video and it will give you a link to my craft page, and you can go on there, and if you find the post, it's a featured post and it says Facebook share or something like that on there, you can click on that, and you don't have to join or follow me or anything like that. You can just leave a photo or a comment. I think that's good enough for now. What else? I feel like I usually have lots to say when I'm ending, and now I don't. I do hope you enjoy this video. I'm don't know. I probably should have made it a two-parter for sure, but that didn't happen. So I hope it's not too long. But I did ask on my YouTube channel if people fast forward or like to watch, and the majority are saying fast forward. So I'll probably have a little blurb back. Have to put a little blurb in the beginning about that, because I am going to fast forward it. So thank you for any of you that commented. I know it was a short little time frame, so not everyone probably even going to see it. And there we go. I was thinking I should make both of the guys, but you could just have one in costume and one not in costume. And also thanks to anyone who voted for the colors. And if you see anything in the background, I have videos for all of that. So you guys have a great day, stay safe, and of course, happy crocheting.